Hello, everyone. This is purple. Soon it will be red, as that's kind of the protagonist's theme color. And also, I think there might be murder. So that's like twice as much red. Anyway, it's time for Of the Devil. Cookie, I'm glad you were here in time to see that one. We were fucking around before stream. I was doing this. If it were more like ink droplets, that would be cool too. That would be very cool. Yeah, see, this is... I have to do that because this is taking place in a cyberpunk future, probably. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to people, living or dead, is just cool. And awesome. I'm so PowerPoint now, yeah. Alrighty, welcome everyone to Of the Devil, chapter, something. Chapter Gloop is not situated correctly in her chair and is wiggling all over the goddamn place. Hold on. I can probably get away with doing this, because it was making my model lag a bit. Unless there's crazy effects in this game that I don't know about, I am okay with it running at 30. Ooh, she smokes. Of the Devil is a reference to being a devil's advocate. Oh, 3 isn't out yet. Okay. Anyway, we have 0 and I bought 1. I figured with all of you absolutely honking you bobo about it that... Oh, we're starting. Okay, cool. That I would be totally fine with purchasing episode 1. Space continues. Okay, cool. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street. And a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, and I'm pretty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. This is cool girl. We're playing as a cool girl. I'm gonna have to hone my cool girl voice. Besides, microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful. New for me? Yes. I've never been cool in my life, and I'm not gonna start now. If I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Morgan. Criminal attorney. I'm covering her. Yeah, hold on. There's gonna be action happening over there a lot. It's hard to get away with murder these days. Ooh, buttons. There's stuff up here. Okay, an icon I don't have. Load. Oh! 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 I can... Oh, I have to do good enough to earn the chicken nuggets. Urgh. Oh, I see. I see. I'll probably do like this. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Whether it's incandescent, neon, or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's a light shining on every last pixel of the map. Someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So, you take it for clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. I'm eyebrowsing about my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try! Looks like the paperwork came through. Nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. They're really smart, though. I've used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Of the Devil, episode 0. Oh, I have to hit the button. And he shall appear. You didn't miss much at all. Morgan, we met Morgan. She monologues in a film noir manner, but she texts very girly pop. Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in settings. Enable tutorials. I don't need to make a chuckle fuck of myself today. Any more so than usual. Suspect, hashtag not found. Hashtag my suspect. Precinct 254 has seen better days. It's a goddamn ghost town. Nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. Is she, you know, indescribable pantomime of the devil? The indescribable pantomime is just... I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. I'm that unimportant. They've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. Oh, I like her happy face. I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. If you're flat broke, I don't give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and, shake some change loose. Press the phone button to press the phone button. Halt! Heads up! Really enjoying that big reaction. Okay, cool. You can toggle auto-advancing text with the auto button or check previous lines of the backlog button. Yay, backlog button! I've really wanted that in Phoenix Wright a few times. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating everything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Jesus fucking Christ.
Ew.
Oh, I'd like to investigate that object. Okay, would you?
Well.
Jesus. Actual police lineup. Like I walked into a museum. The museums, you know, tend to feel expensive. And clean. Dusty, forgotten. Probably lots of unpacked boxes. Homicide department's more like an attic. I believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. And again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory information is blah, 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 blah? Ugh. Poking holes in that setup must have been shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. There's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just resubmit their testimony as a video recording. Ah, we have cyborgs! Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Datapad. Even when they're more advertisement than article, it can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Already more mentions of billable hours than the entire Ace Attorney series. Yeah! Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them and you'll you get fucking wait, where's the fucking I don't have it active. Wait, I have the sound effect for this. I have the sound effect for this. I have the sound effect for this. I didn't have the sound effect for this booted up. I didn't have boot up, damn you. Where is it? Did I click no on that box? No, here it comes. Okay, cool. Get ready for your media literary test, Gloop. Oh, we're fucked! Subway fixes axed city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage, extensive electronic cabling, and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasonable for why 89% of the subway system is evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Are you on? There we go. Gary did put some mileage on that one. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they were last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long given up a hope of them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political ditties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations will have a little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as a vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be the rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in a disappointing 3,359% over budget. The one council memo just quoted describing the system as mind-boggling, wasteful, and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared they intend to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering due to rising sea level and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed the increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time for reasons we don't understand. Are we to? Please verify your account. Ballsy of them, putting their paywall there. As if I'd reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. I was in the Boring Company's tunnel in Vegas. It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. It's dumb. It's so dumb. Actually, yeah. The whole, like, automated car thing? No. There's, like, they were just taking a complete loss on it for PR. The vehicles weren't automated either like they were supposed to be. It was a regular guy in a Tesla. It's dumb. It's so dumb. It's, you know what? It's not going to be there in... It's not going to be there in 5 years. Takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. There we go. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Now when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. What's this? High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishings, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. I can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. Civil planning equivalents of battle skies. I remember fight one so long ago, they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. Walking in here now with the crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. The medium's cracked in the corner. It's bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things allowed sneeze. Screens are easy to break, good to know. It's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia always gets served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Odysseus? That's an interesting word. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Oh, it was a name of somebody missing, huh? Alright. Take another scenery and learn as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Robot lady. Booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. Wouldn't call intake hellos charming, more like harmless. It's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quick quirk or two in their text, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I like the fading to gray to make it clear that, like, she's talking to us or it's internal. Like Phoenix having his little blue parentheses. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? They wanted me to scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Didn't even bother asking. My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. Ah, ha, 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 ha. December 26th. She was born on Christmas, too! She's gonna fight you. Oh, yeah, let's see. Criminal defensive turnings, likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture, dislikes commercials, hairdressers, jogging. Talent can fall asleep in any position. I wish. Coffee, decaf, drink, whiskey sour. I don't know when I've ever had a last whiskey sour. I want out of here. Oh, close phone. Okay. I thought the power button was gonna get me out of the menu. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday is December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan, counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to the counseling quarter, 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. Oh, her eyes turn black when she's talking to us. They could call the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sit in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, duly warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan, counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices will take that will take the conversation down side paths and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. I see. I know the city is not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? Sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. Oh wait, that was the other one. I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? I wanna find out what you... What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with that information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to your right. Thanks. I think it's just me for now. You could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks. Morgan, counselor. And what were you doing before I walked in? The music cut out. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right. Thank you. I got it. Ads don't get breaks. And they don't get my jokes. It's usually humorous types the most fun to mess with anyway. Yeah, you did stream this. Continue. Load from right here. Okay. Okay. And crash. The red table was always the worst. I've never cared for that table on this one. Also, everyone at Discord needs to go to the Hog, or however you pronounce it. I believe it might be Hague, but I'm going to assume that
Hog?
I am under a lot of pressure right now! There's a March 21st discussion post saying episode 0 is crashing. It was a graphics driver issue and they needed to... God damn it. God damn it. Of course. All right, we're going to give this one more shot, and if that's not... Why would I update my drivers? I would rather get hit by 10 million cars in an hour than update anything ever. No! This is really becoming a metafiction because of all this that I have to do. No, this isn't going to ruin it for me. I'm just going to side with whoever does the most killing. Preparing package. Oh, I'll prepare a fucking package for you. The handicap POV is doing a lot. Yeah, it is. Is this not the sickest shit you've ever seen?
Isn't it so cute?
Is that not the sickest shit you've ever seen? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Okay, no wonder
Oh,
this is
God.
happening.
Oh, God. 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 Oh, God.
No one has seen her porn.
Oh, God.
It's all porn, guys.
I think I understand how we ended up in this situation. Don't worry, everyone, though. The other one has lots of space.
You should point your phone at Bean.
I should, yeah. The Linux switchover.
I don't know why she's looking at me
But
so...
life
Whoa!
Life has just been in the way.
She's gripping!
You guys don't have to stage an intervention because there's a completely empty hard drive in this computer. It's just the Linux one. Well,
To get all her fur
9
blasted
a.m.
off.
She has a date with the groomer. She's never been to the groomer before. It's gonna be very funny.
Yeah, what is that?
Holy shit! Dude, can we go spy on the person with the loud truck?
I don't really want to.
Oh my god.
I think this is the most Bean's ever been on stream.
You! Cool.
The chair.
Let's see. This can be deleted. This can be deleted. Whoa! I'm trying so hard. I am trying so hard. I gotta tell you, the fact that I have to watch a Bond commercial while I'm closing OBS. The fact that I have to watch a fucking yo, no, 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 no. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you can yassify everyone enough devil.
All right, I'm starting the VOD right here from this nightmare moment. It feels right. It feels right. Hello, everyone. I'm going to back it up. I promise. Because we have to. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Why are there men outside, honestly? Okay, we're getting everything back to the way that it was. Here we go. There we go. Oh my God in heaven. You love it. You love it. You love it. It's your big favorite. I am really glad people seem to love... My stream died when you switched on the game. Did it, Bears? Well, I'm sad to report, Bears, that that's an isolated issue, and the stream worked fine for everyone else. And I beat the game while your stream was crashed, and Morgan did it. She morged all over those guys. Yeah, you know what? Why doesn't everyone update their graphics drivers right now as a little treat to yourself? Fucking hell. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I feel like whatever is happening right now needs music over it. Group driver update begins after stream. I feel like updating your graphics drivers together would feel like peeing in the same room together. Very utilitarian, but also deeply personal. Holy shit. Problem solved? We hope. We hope, we hope, we hope, we hope, we hope. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Oh man, my phone is not tracking which one of us is peeing in the tub. Oh, well, I sort of figured we would all be peeing in the tub, like just in a big circle. The domestic intimacy of updating our graphics drivers together. Okay. Think we got it. I think we got it. That's what that song Tub Thumping was about, yeah? When he was like, I get knocked down, but I get up again. It was about updating his graphics drivers. I peed with the frontman from Cloud Nothings. Who's Cloud Nothings? I'm trying to think if I have any interesting famous person encounters. Okay! Okay! Wait, hold on. There is one other thing to fix before we go and start, so my eyebrows fucking work. Where is the action bar? Okay, whatever. As long as it thinks it works. Hide action bar. Show action bar. Where the hell is the action bar? Whatever. Whatever. Probably went somewhere insane. All right, one last thing, and we are in... We're in business, I think. Okay. I'm gonna put like a timestamp or something in like the VOD description. Oh my god. And yeah, we're back. Timestamp here, timestamp here. You made Kanye at church. What was Kanye up to? Easter Sunday service, I was dating Kim K and my cousins went to that. Fascinating combination. Eyes gone bad or something? Voice, no. Voice is coming from down the hall. Prepared ears? Probably. Ah, thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty. The desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher. Decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. Not like our job is important or anything. How dare you run an ad after everything that we've been through together? definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else did you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I'm gonna say that. How many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Ah. Sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle it anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, Counselor Kasim London. The ball of sunshine, here's my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Reyes, okay, thank you. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? 80? You can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. Looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. You sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. Never struck me as more than just some old-timer. Suppose being an old-timer's accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No. We're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls in a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Around, you think we're the first to arrive for anything? Well, she's not wrong. We're only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Huh, not very subtle, is she? I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity. Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. Fair warning, eh? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. Gasp. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. If you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. I have a guess as to what's happening here, and I think it's awesome. Oh, because stream... There we go. Manually unpinned or end of stream. Boom. Perfect. Just in case. Just in case. I really, really like this Morgan thing where she's really all smiles and rainbows and sunshines when I know she's in fact doing something that pisses people off. I've seen it exactly once, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that this is a Morgan bit. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities of that rock you live under? Is that a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK. Never heard of him. Oh, I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. Name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. Somebody please help a bitch out there. Street corners, media on the net. Everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. Right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. Vigilantism. Thank you. When it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do smart. I'll take it he's a repeat offender. Is the killer part that tipped you off? Must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. Listen, it's not vigilantism, it's vigil can do. Get out there and kill. Get out there and kill. I get to the menu here. Hold on, let me see. Save. I'm making one teeny tiny setting change really quick. Settings. Graphics can be low. Let me drop that refresh rate back down. There we go. There we go. There was weirdness with my model and the stream. I know notifications are invisible to you, but there's some good text in the phone. Oh! Awesome! I have files on these guys, too. Let's see. London. Likes photography, dive bars, and bangs. Dislikes ties, pollens, after-hours work messages. Listens to podcasts, hobbies, pencil squishing. Frequently running late. Let's see, Reyes. Likes rice, limes, automotive history. Cool. Dislikes rot, liars, small plates, and cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye is an Osiris Elite 86. Do you have... Are they telling me that she's got modded hardware under there? Interesting. This we re-ram. Was there anything else in here that I might want to take a look at? Terms. Oh! This is nice to have. Automated dependent, reviews AD and commonly referred to as ads. Catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, and ads are temporarily. Oh, true AIs. True AIs are artificial intelligence, and they're illegal. Interesting. Something bad happened with true AIs then, huh? Holograms. Enabled by specialist projectors and mediums conductive resin. Appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face. Originally patented in late 2015, was originally used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Nice! Did not become widely adopted until as an advertisement until the much maligned Holiday season of 2061, after which walls restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. Interesting, but artificial intelligence is illegal. Datapad, lightweight, portable electronic device, knows datapads. No significant internal storage capabilities, can only display what's streamed to them from local networks. Difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they rebranded as ideal for privacy and security. The datapads found success in the private and public sphere. Datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Conductive resin. Oh! Even though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices, where its unique properties allow it to act both as display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 patented varieties, all fairly lightweight and fragile, except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. Cool. It's gonna go gading. That's me. Because of its widespread use. Okay, so it's CPU and display and everything that a computer would plausibly need, all in a transparent gunk. It's a foam, but it breaks even more. Yeah, but it's transparent, which makes it cool. One bullet, straight through the heart. Body left to die where it falls. It's the name Heartbreak. Ah. No, yeah, no, she was right to tell me to look at that. I can't see dots. Or blue pie charts indicating how full a hard drive is, apparently. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Awesome. Fave color, probably red. Reward, suspended due to the influx of false reports. Yeah, because of the blood. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. The conductive resin tech was straight up impossible to repair because you can't fucking see anything. Yeah, it would be impossible to see anything. Horrible to say, I know. But 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. Shooting 6 people with an accuracy like that? A whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster. A freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. Let's see. I'm gonna say that sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling between the drones, dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Okay, machines can kill, and they have for decades. They don't commit murder. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. You guys suck. That's a pretty terrifying thought. Start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. We caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is the heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? It's being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. That lawyer talk for open and shut? Even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files, and the ARCS, of course. Augmented reality crime scene, investigated to which data used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed to the subsidiary of a cell corporation of Lambda exclusives who were marketing and determining alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. The proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. Okay, so you're full of it. Awesome. Turn the local net on your phone, and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. What's up, Tempest? Welcome to the stream that's normal and functional. Well, thanks for that, Detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I got you here? What kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? I think that's normal. This kind of attorney, you're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients stew in interrogation all night, for all I care. Intero. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Interesting. Read. Latest Noble Androids receive warm welcome, bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of Animate 16 Noble Electronic stock rising a stunning 3%. This week to a new record high, while Noble's latest iteration is yet to surpass the seer populated predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when their now infamous 2084 trade convention Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. Wow. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and lakes. While some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditional groups might find warm androids controversial, More business-focused men fear that Noble was alienating its customers in industrial and military sectors in order to create their civilian customers. Users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records, no sign of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. Wow. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Dr. Mobile's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Assure. Well, that's a name to keep in mind, I'm sure. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage of their latest hashtag Noble Industry Weekend. Because of his Turing solution to every Noble product, from the sleek assistance to the most advanced, our beloved and trusted by our customers. Well, his reputation was on full display at the event. Dr. Assure himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive because I'm a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can keep you reading? He's in the news again. It's no wonder I can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially where the state's involved. I don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Raya's desk. Keeping a workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. She's so new she hasn't had the time to unpack. Raya's, sorry. Raya's. Both, maybe. Reyes? This is an all-timer for bad pronunciations. Reyes, okay, cool. Huh, you shouldn't have cleaned up so much for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system. This is my side of the table, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. He doesn't look the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better on paper, I'll give him that. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? Expected to find a lot of belt tightening and homicide. Didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. A stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, with our dear doling surveillance state system eliminating so much of the footwork. Your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. And dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. A better idea who I'm dealing with, at least. I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL43351. Yay! Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I'm an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Alright, if I project from my phone... comes the ARC system we were told about. Alright, let's see what the police have. They think is important. Nice. Okay, let's see. Murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. It's like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. All I found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. The victim's body. Cause of death? Ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart, in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else. No blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensic, and all that other good stuff tells them she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. Hey, is the temperature over there Fahrenheit or Celsius? Trying to figure out if this room's hot or cold. There's not a scratch on it. This is pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm. While shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. If the shards of glass landed on the victim's body, that means the victim was already on the ground when the mirror broke. If the killer shot the victim from the door, first off, why would shit in the room be broken? And second off, why would shit, like, assuming, like they say, they got shot in the heart, I have to speculate that somebody who gets shot in the heart, like in and out straight through the heart, you don't have time to bounce around the room. You're going down and you're staying down. Like, the idea that they would be bonking into vases and mirrors is... There was a fight, there was a struggle. Something else happened here, which means there were more people here. At the very least, the killer was in the room, possibly at some point, and it certainly would suggest another party. A mess. That's all the big ticket items. Not the security. Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. Not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. No signs of forced entry, only hurts my client's case. Not the rest of the room. Not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown. Again, how did that get thrown? Whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag is irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Ugh. Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. I see. I do have stuff and evidence here. Uh-huh. Has Flat's left-hand fingerprints all over it. Well, that's a nice, fun, important detail to tell me. Autopsy report. Time of death, 9 p.m. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, blood loss, single bullet, pierced subjects. Death was instantaneous. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There's some handwriting at the bottom of the scanned document. Same handiwork as P5, lab mesh to confirm ballistics match too. That's Cowboy Cop. That's Cowboy Cop. Updates. Wait, did I get updates? Wait, where did I get updates? Oh, I see. I was looking for a game mechanic in here. Okay. That's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Hey, what's this? Yeah. Something is in the victim's hand? How the hell did... Oh, it's just a pill organizer. Why is Tuesday open? Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripexisone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. What do they have embedded in them? Are they a cyborg? The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. Odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. But the kicker is everything that's not here. Now out of place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Wait, no, I wanted, where was IoT? There we go, IoT. Phones, all compromised small but opposed to IT's ability to collect. Usage of crumbs! Small packets of data contain your own unique identifying information. Throughout your days, your own IoT devices say hi to other devices that leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. I see. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see your bin so you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Awesome. Cookies, but IRL. Got it. Nothing that points towards anyone except my clients. Well, I've done more with less before. Not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get stuck. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Bread! What couldn't wait till morning? Good news, of fucking course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty way to tell me you violated parole. Pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. What are you up to? I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What do they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. I like her humor. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Cool kid. Is that your mugshot? Wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and used as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that kind of morbid things your kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Hardy B is like quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause, pro bono's work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow's Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit! Well, repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details? Oh, is this one green for an amazing reason? So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client's Carlos Baker Flat was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already? I really do think he's a serial killer. Charge being first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. Wait! The victim, Diane Dunn, was a 26-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Peregrine Laboratories, found shot in the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous heartbreak killer victims. Hey, I have a question. Time of death, 9 p.m. Arrested at 9:50? It took you guys almost an hour to get there? And they didn't leave? Why would a serial killer get away with 5 murders, and then just camp out next to number 6. Also, why would a serial killer kill 5 people and then kill their roommate / girlfriend? Yeah, what's up with that pill organizer? Yeah, I said the wrong thing. I know. Modifications industrial class 4. Okay, cool. Charge being the first degree. Okay, let's see. First degree? That's increasingly rare, to say the least. Rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. The city's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try to get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. What's that make him? 5 times, and it makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. I like that if I hit the button up there fast, it'll jump me to it. Law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, investigating all the deceased individuals' online profiles. Commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funeral groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. Grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Fun. Fun stuff. Nothing. So, this serial killer chose his victims at random. They have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. Are you really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? Young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she's from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what, exactly? Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits! Then you put the shoe on the... What Sunshine means is it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. I assume workers was highlighted like that because we're talking sex workers. Probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women. Or he's just so far gone he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no there's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is Nothing else a lot less sterile. If you ask me. Nothing. I'm just so proud of women and all of their accomplishments right now. I'm just so proud of women and all of their accomplishments right now. I'm just so proud of women and all of their accomplishments. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's It's not running. Hold on. Something happened with the computer, and I don't have my fucking butt up. Yeah, give me the timeline here, though. I saw the time of death was around 9 p.m. on the autopsy. You have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Well, I can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. We've managed, thanks to some less biased sources. We're pretty confident about what we've been able to pierce together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. Suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another, starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. Then, there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing. Net scrubbing, okay, net scrubbing. Refers to the process of scouring available data posted. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, experienced supervisors must establish strict search constraints to produce usable results. So we are just checking the digital footprint of everything nearby. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. We heard enough from concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency service got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. So something else made a loud bang, potentially. Because everybody called saying they heard a loud bang, and we're inferring that it was a gunshot. Officers arrived on the street around 9:08 p.m., established a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10, and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. Oh, the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve that matches the victim. But okay, so he's a lefty. He's a lefty, I think we heard earlier. I'll have to check the information about the gun again. And the blood's on the left sleeve. I don't know if that has relevancy yet, but I'll keep my ears peeled. At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm. The prints on the gun are his left hand. Okay, that's what it was. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HAL 85 Habilis, industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Okay, there goes her eye. Funny she had a patch on that before, and now she's popping it out. So, again, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit. Why? Why would, if you had the ability, if I'm imagining, angry boyfriend crime, and he has enough grip strength to take out a truck, he would. More so, it would be a silent kill, as opposed to the loud gunshot. This doesn't make sense. No. You guys' story is full of holes. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just... your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. You can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. Oh, wait. He didn't have another arm, is what you're telling me. You're telling me he was one-armed at the time. He has a cybernetic arm, but it was detached at the time. Okay. When did he put his arm in for repairs? Well, 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to talk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. Revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a caliber M54. 6-chambered, 10mm. Alver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner's biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes. How else do you think you've gotten away with this 5 other times? Tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. Even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's model year 2054. 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? Some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Already less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. Ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too. Novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far, but now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig, but with the protocols they found, techs were able to match rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Yeah! Yeah! Fucking, we're learning about rifling marks again, everyone. This is the fucking part where we learn about rifling marks. Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets have the same rifling marks, we know they're all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. If that's not damning enough, the spent casings from other 5 shootings were still in the chamber. Huh. Without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun? This being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved his weapon and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How'd he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. The reaction may have lost some points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. So long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Check on my phone here, and I have to say, you did a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. Interesting. Wait. I want store credit. Give me fucking... How do I get credit? I thought I had, no, I have chips. Is there a different currency at play here? Okay. I knew the charms were here from the start. You don't get credit until you finish the episode. Fine. You've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of this. Less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt AK was a real weighty read. Not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. Freaks that HK has managed to bring out of the woodwork. Morgan time used to be exclusive for people who played the demo before episode 1 came out. Chips become credit when you leave the casino. Ah, got it. Can you blame him, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with! Look around us, detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone in every citizen. Violent crime at all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But, gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, not. People are safer now than any time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. Pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need to see someone charged. And that makes them predictable. Yeah, well... Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they can get. And we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. Why is that? None of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. Optics. Accessible through state employer logins or private partner accounts, Optics Smart UI allows users to search through and collaborate footage from a city of tens of millions of people's regs. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime, and footage from Optics often serves key evidence in criminal proceedings where it's considered admissible by default. People vs. Erawan. Interesting. How is that even possible? I know there are rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems are signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect. Just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. At least act as a deterrent. Well, one would hope so. Fat chance deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this wouldn't care less about anything like vague as the consequences of their actions. A safety blanket with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional, localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. I didn't mention if my client was a cop. He wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where Optics would be down. Title drop! Even with the devil's own luck. Sort of a title drop! Can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed... Yeah. There's a blackout from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. It included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Oh, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? Been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. Like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Till now. Ooh, finally a lucky break for the boys in blue. Yeah, that's what's gonna end. She's gonna look into the camera and say, it's almost like we're some sort of devils. Scanners, cams, drones, for instance. No matter how you dressed up with the tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we ever caught him tonight was he finished what he set out to do all along. So is my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few see I's, someone even spoke to some enlisted, 1 or 2 enlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. Talk about it starting with some kind of psych eval or something. Never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. By the way, couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. In the morning, were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble. Yeah, good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics core there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Well, saves us some money on shipping at least. These talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm, ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. You might see him out in the bigger departments around on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold? There's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet. You really think that'll happen? Well, we're gonna use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that'll be a big stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives. With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us. Well, with your warm personality, I can't imagine. Cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions. You're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal with a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that are gonna put you on a list. I certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We are gonna get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating, too. The union would... The police union wouldn't let that happen. Union specified it's the only reunion there is anymore. Well, thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough. Candidly, I see the same strokes as you do. And the picture it paints isn't pleasant. Even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge. Don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. Why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. You have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. Sure would be interesting, if the state or some other similar sort of party would be very happy to, put this guy upriver by, putting his grubby prints all over it. Copy of the discovery data, but I should warn you, doesn't exactly make for light reading. I have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Here we go. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. I'm not in control. I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first. But I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. This is bullshit. I don't believe it. It was difficult to read. Fairly legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that. Which hand does he write with? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call got gone out. Oh, I bet you were. Oh, I bet you were. Oh, I bet you were. I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence to point to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. Kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Cameras off, if you don't mind. Mike's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. The cuff, that is, stays on. Dad worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah. My arm was practically blinding. Ugh. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. You get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. State does want to smear a guy. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused 6 weeks of a widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if ever there was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Alright, what was the scary thing that just came by? Virtual work release. We don't get to learn about it. Somebody killed themselves doing it. Oh, prison sentences are generally later for those who plead guilty. That much is true. Saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. No one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people. I don't trust these loading screens. I don't trust these loading screens. Will never rest their mind another day in their life. Oh, it's depressing as hell in here. Oh my god, she's so gorgeous! Need to liven this place up. Carla's flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people. I didn't... I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. A lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Peace out, bears. Yeah, well, they said that, too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said they were gonna help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side when they thought that I could have, It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine. And I'm here now. I'm still in shock. Need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd still like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. They were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay? So what do you want to know? Let's start simple. You know, something mundane, grounded. I'd like to know a little bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what kind of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job, and Carlos, more than that. And so what do I know? Works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... It would probably be utilitarian if he's using it for work. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me... Sorry. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. Young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or how it makes other people start looking at him. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, yeah, we just met our client. I should be too. Loving her getting a read on this guy. You know, my brother wanted a mod. Really? The red thing isn't an undershirt, his arm goes in there. Oh, I see. Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, whole career path and promotions and bonuses and the upgrades that afford him. Oh, then came his 18th birthday. Test results politely informing him he's not a viable candidate. Sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed there was a weight off his chest. He was glad they didn't have to choose. Make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I just figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. Or an eye, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, so now me and every other modder's royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. New Citizens with Disability Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at this point. I work the tighter spaces, high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders. Speaking freely, didn't need to do much with to repeat his own words back to him to keep him talking. Alright, chores here or there can still make a difference. You're on the canopy. You must be... Well, doing my homework paid off. Must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight! This crap with Long? Once word got out the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs are gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah! And no patience for screw-ups. Trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Ugh, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? New word. Process adjusting human mind everything unique challenges stressing him for cybernetic body modifications. Depending on individual's viability or lack thereof. Hey! Medications, even minor vital tuning, may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements in main research allowed medically sterile hours to reduce. There were. Wait. What was up with the pills? Why was the victim holding the pill organizer related to mod problems? This is his pill case. This isn't her pill case. This is his pill case. Suspect's prosthetic. Interesting. It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Mods reject his issues. Wait a minute. How the fuck do you put 6 shots in 6 people without having to reload with your non-dominant hand? No way. No way. Never thought this would go along so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small. Trembling. Then spasms, just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. And the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned to my arm, watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where'd you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning. Manufacturer decides your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I'm able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. Couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself in the meantime? I'd serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? Oh, How Industries. Recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. I'd never work in the city again. this is the last quarter. Maybe I could work something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back fed pretty fast when I don't have anything. Phantom pain. Okay, cool. Arm-shaped attached to me. And they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead-weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit! Sorry, it's just a very shitty feeling having part of your body that you know they cut corners on. Fits, it's compatible, technically. Can slot it in and feel on balance again. Fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep. Dead. So, were you wearing it when... you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, it wasn't. Pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so... hadn't gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only. Because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. Well, no inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I'd known her since college. Shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out in the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. Always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired out of the gate, practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her. I'm like... it's a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. As yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No, Peregree Laboratories. And I say that like the name matters. Whole setups under Harco's umbrella. Doesn't narrow it down. Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix, that little throat cutting, but Harco's about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. Never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. I never got the impression that she... look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve happen to her. A long shot hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. No other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's assumptions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. All right, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We'd been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money, haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous of her nothing. Jealous of her goddamn money. Reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.? 8? Yeah. Must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. I said one thing I really, really shouldn't have. Crossed a line. We both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah. Walked out the front door. Thought the fresh air might help me cool off. Let me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. While I was pissing away the time, Diane was... did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. I stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. Optics down. Traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. I wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't know the details straight. My head is... If exact route would help, the cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't. Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. I'm just gonna do that whenever I'm like, something smells of meaning. I smell intent here. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? Come back because I heard a noise. Loud noise. Didn't know what it was. It was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. At some point, I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath. When I saw the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't... You live on the first floor, right? Well... Ruby bought popcorn over. Yeah, first floor apartment. Street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. It was some kind of big deal. In the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize... I never thought that she was... Lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we'd been robbed or she'd fallen or... Broken glass, furniture was knocked over. She was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse. She was still warm. Her blood was warm. Saw. Gun. So heavy. But I thought it had to be fake. because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it! Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. All the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about. They'll stop giving you any credit. I see. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know this is the prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is you picked it up. That's all. Believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. Not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... Stupid. I know what a gun looks like. Seeing it in my own home right in front of... We're in shock, Carlos. Still are. Police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things were moving fast, it felt like. The rest of my night went, well, probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight. What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that... It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright, think I got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. Just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. The clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point. The bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that, the vase is an urn. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me. Let's see, like so? Morgan, you can't fucking draw. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. Loving the eye sparkle. Just, I guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR? Well, I suppose that works too. sorry. I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering. I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean, this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. Confession? This is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. I say things I don't mean to. This morning, I tried writing things down, so I have a script to stick to. I can apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. I broke her fidget tubbies.
Broke her babies.
We broke the Goo Goo babies! Or what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. You knew a tune was coming up. Awesome. They're these collectible ceramic character things. Supposed to be like tactile, uses paperweights or conversation starters. She loves those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them in your flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry, I just ripped it off and I tossed it in the room. That cheap, dustly, worthless. Okay. Let's say he did break her frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Well, nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway... Didn't even bother to sweep them up. Oh, that's the shattered stuff. Didn't even bother sweeping them up. I felt so. Right, Carlos. Well, thanks for answering my question. No, I'm gonna call the police back in here. I'm gonna get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it. Okay. So, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean the psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but sure, everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? Police have kept the victim's appearance as far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he's already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... that doesn't mean anything, does it? He's slow on this uptake. It's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory. As quickly, as definitively as possible. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. Ruffy. Guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Hold on, I'm gonna jump up for a tiny picosecond and get just a glass of water. I'll just leave this. Oh, cup. Oh, cup. Oh, cup. Having fun? Having fun? Ah. Right.
I love bringing her to life like.
I think possessed puppets are cool. We need more of those running around. Her freaking Funko Pops. No, of course not. It'll be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up! I got the relevant experience in other areas. Oh? And what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Don't touch this stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh. Well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. You fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice, because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun! I would love to be good at poker, but the thing about like playing poker is that you need to play poker with people who play poker, and I don't really have any of those. I also don't want to like spend money getting good at playing poker. Okay. So, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. Are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like... the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there. And we're down here. That's why they're the house. What do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. We win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, whisper something in their ear, and then we'll be politely asked to leave. Doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. Guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's a strategy. That's how legal counsel works. What's up? You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo! Ready to confess yet? I already woke up the DA. Ready? She must be now. District attorneys have a final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. My client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Boy, these cops are really just pawns in the fucking system and stupid about it too, huh? Counselor, we have your client's written confession. Diversity win! One of the blowjob brothers is a girl! Yeah, his written confession. Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to! The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. We've already known and agreed upon. public knowledge for every player at the table. Pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-number stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night, and now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note. And it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument, placing a slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's board for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Oh, well. This game should have voice commands like Ace Attorney. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? Well, I found myself asking the exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data, yeah? Non-GMO. How much these days? Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's a scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the identified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Huh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because the vase is still pristine. How is that? How is that possible? If the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it. You scare me, game. With this freezing stuff. Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote the apology over. Saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fidget-tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figurines by accident. And this impassioned note to self was his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things. It's behind my hat. Look, it's those things. That's awesome. It's so funny. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim he sat down and read an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought. But I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof. It was the rental. Let's take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed. Because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that had logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. Yeah, see, I happened to spot a footnote in the lab report. It said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? Gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. For your service. Well, thank you for your service! Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked the note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Reyes's, I keep getting her name wrong, surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. So what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason that note looks like Asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. Thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, along with the ceramics, yeah, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is, what, you're gonna claim it's not his? He actually wears an extra small? He's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. Oh, cute! She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? What's this graphic? Is there something that I didn't learn or read that I can't do here?
Oh wait, no. Okay, it's not.
Oh, it's up here in the
But it's blanked
corner.
out, yeah.
Yeah, but it's raised in the corner. Yeah, okay, so we can't... Oh, okay, so it's kind of automaticing it for me here of, like, you can't... Yeah, you can't raise right now because they're teaching me. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? Well, to prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence... Oh, now I have to think a little harder here. Let's see. Well... Yeah, I can prove a. I think I can prove a. I think I can. Because, no, we were pointing it out earlier. We were pointing out earlier that stuff was getting broken when the victim was on the ground. Yeah. I can prove a third. I'm quite confident that my client isn't guilty, so there must have been a third individual at some point. It's cute. Only problem is, the ARC shows plain and day that there's no evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. Is that the wrong answer? That was clearly the wrong answer. It's obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. There's no reason for me to play her punching bag. Okay, so did I screw up there? I guess I screwed up there. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion. I don't have hard evidence. You're right. That was circumstantial. Picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. All right. Do you have this clothes on hand, by the way? Hey, Fire Mountain. Feels like I've played this game before in some ways. Yeah, I play Subway Surfers on it. I'm just saying, it's interested to be collecting points as we're going along here. Yeah, the lab finished them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to show you. Do you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure. I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. Here I thought the room smelled like... Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. That much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. Are you sure that's impossible? You're innocent. And that means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. She's green for an amazing reason. People with bad luck are bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab. So, what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. Cheers. actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey! Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What? Oh, the music is back, yay! I like this music coming in. What good fortune? Huh. You should thank the detective for bringing your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. Has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? The sense happens to be the key here. Just need to draw attention to what they can. It should smell like gunpowder. It should smell like gunpowder. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly! Coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Did you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me! But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards. But it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. When it goes bang, leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. What's she talking about, London? Modern firearms we carry use electricity, magnetism, air pressure, sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. Don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talk my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. Well, now I can find out the voice that you do for her. But a revolver like this one? It'll leave gunpowder in the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. Don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. If they'd have found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Whatever! This means he washed off after shooting her or he changed his clothes. It's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Did he really go to all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now, should topple over at any moment. Letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. That gun is all they really had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things are a little dicey there at times. I was able to grasp the situation. Smaller pieces fell into place easy enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say you get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? Good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. Right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Photo of the shooter? Well, if she had that, we wouldn't be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. Alright, we're gonna stay. Because she does have something. Reading Rainbow. Not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics. Oh, I was wrong there too. Oh well. I think I held my tongue.
Right?
Wait, was that correct? Oh no, I lost chips no matter what.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they told us that at the beginning, that sometimes you lose chips, no matter what, just because the story just isn't on your side. I think I had my time. I thought the scrubbers must have managed to dig out something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. This is nothing. This is nothing. Did she get shot by the fucking MSN icon? Fucking, you've got mail! Boom! What the fuck? Well. Okay. The quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on. Guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky. It means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit... blurry. Now look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about across the couple across the way was acting. And if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. You could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. You're probably right. We couldn't. I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a damn shooter. Gloop is dying.
Left-handed.
Can I see that picture again, by the way? Well, I like that there's a gun, or I like that there's a clock. Oh no, I can't click these. I see they're just there. So we're looking through the blinds. We got a clock. Wait. No. The shooting was at 9, so the clock makes sense right now. Or wait, does that not... Time of death, 9 p.m. That clock was set to 9, yeah. Yeah, Fire Mountain, sometimes people have to pour out the night gravel so they can get ready to fill their bag back up with the day gravel. We have photo evidence of a left-handed monster standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client? You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yeah, so we've also established that he's weak with his left side. The left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. That photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. Both are true. Then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about this one thing. Where was this photo taken from? Exactly? Exactly. I mean, position's usually only accurate to the nearest public router. We DN on the phone's owner and ask them where. Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of... Yay, a room layout. Thank you. Wait... hold on. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious this was taken from across the north. Oh, there is a north window. Okay. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... That's not where the clock was. That's not where the clock was. It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. Hold on. Can I get to... I probably can. Let's see. Is it like... I'm looking for how I would get to see, like, the crime scene layout again. Can I get back into ARCs, or can I not do that right now? Yeah, I want the... Crime scene map. Yeah, this is the one that I just got.
You're looking.
Is the clock on here? I'm trying to remember where the clock was when I was looking at the 3D room layout. Wasn't the clock like over here? Yeah, the clock is on the floor at this point. Oh, wait, it's much simpler than that. Yeah, the clock is apparently next to the door. Yeah, big room came through. Yeah, so if this is the north window... Well, maybe we've never seen this wall properly. But yeah, the clock was... The story is that the clock was on the floor as the result of a fight. You know, that there had been a physical altercation that knocked shit off the wall before 9 o'clock. But the clock is still on the wall reading 9 o'clock at this time. Therefore... I thought we were working together. Instead of things like she's easily swayed by other people, can we say things like Gloop is very trusting? She has a kind heart. She believes in people. She's wrong. I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. Hi, Pixel. How you doing? I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? Good detectives are misinformed here, and they need to take advantage of it. I'm gonna press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And you can now raise the ante on a hand to up to the current max. Holy shit. Answer wrong and you lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. Cool. And all together, that tells us this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... Oh, do I just click it to raise it? Okay, oh, okay, there we go. There we go, it's all the way up to purple. Hold on, I'm in front of it. There we go. I've entered the world of the game now.
Hi.
It's me, the devil.
Hi, I was there.
I did crimes! Hi, everyone! Hi! I did crimes! Hi! I did a lot of crimes! Anyway, let's see. My options here are... Anyway, I'm gonna bring up that the clock was on the wall. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? This is a very fun mechanic that if you're like, oh, I fucking got this, you can do that. The clock, huh? It seems like London's got the idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. No, the time of death, I did this. No, the time of death is correct. It's its position that changed. Yeah, this isn't the first case of Ace Attorney. I don't think that we're playing, I don't think we're playing What Time Is It right now. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree. Time of death was 9 p.m. What time is it right now? It's 9:53. Fuck. I lose chips, I guess. It is the first case of the Devil. It is. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree. The time of death is 9 p.m. Right, I'm mistaken that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo. Oh, wait, that's not who the evidence was going to be. There's a clock on the wall in this photo. Analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. What's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads. But do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so.
Out of it.
The hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition? It's very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? Show you my hand? Because discovery law compares us to share info. Doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Flip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Max! Max! It's Max. It's the glass. It's the glass. I clocked this a million years ago. It's the glass. Max from a Goofy movie is hot now. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body and not under it. Glass fell on top of the victim's body. That would mean she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives. Were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That the this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems like there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. We have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. And maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't! The glass shards prove the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards far too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... Oh, I can raise the bed. Hold on, we're raising it. We're seeing the mirror. We're seeing the mirror. This is someone's right hand holding the gun. Wait. Wait, if we're looking in the mirror, that flips the clock. No, it doesn't flip the clock. That's not the doorway. Okay, that's the real clock, but the quote-unquote doorway is the mirror. Okay, no, it doesn't. It doesn't flip the clock. We're looking at the mirror. Boom. What's that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, you ever recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. Then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing the killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant when I said about that photo. I'm glad it was recovered. Because it just proved my client couldn't do what... couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Well, that should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective really is a novice gambler. Sunk Cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. to cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. Is this emotion that you're familiar with, Morgan? Do you know this experience, Morgan? Is this a lesson you learned the hard way? You, detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. It's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. Boy, we're at the club for this one, by the way. After being confronted with these facts, you receive photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... You got a backup arm! You could have stolen one! A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. That's the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record of his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he still would have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of the violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building, 100 meters around it, minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time in between the shooting and the arrest? Well... Any objections? Detective? God damn it! L. I'm glad that, you know, it would not fit the tone of the game if Reyes was a Winston Payne, you know? Yeah, she's a hothead. Her problem is she's hot-headed. She's hot-headed and, little tool of the system here.
It's also like 5 a.m. or something.
Yeah. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta go call the DA. I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid. You should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Yeah, she was decent enough to say that she fucked up. Sure. Feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? Well, I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. The authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body. She'll be handed over to the next of kin. Then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough. A serial killer? She died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. I'll die of the flu all the time, but... Interesting little side detail there. I know what you mean. Make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Well, if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No! You've done more than enough for me. You got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, trying to convince them I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No, I mean it. Thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Carlos, I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all... Yeah! 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 She stole the fidget tubbies!
My fidget.
My fidget tubby now! I kind of had a hint from the internet.
I got spoiled on this.
Yeah, I had a, so here's the thing. I had a hint that she was a killer. Like, you know, that had happened. But, you know, not that it was like Morgan is a serial killer. You know, so that was fun. But certainly it also like they weren't shy about it in the marketing. The game wasn't shy about it. Also, like, just being a little, like, meta-narrative about it. Like, definitely in the back of my head, I was being like, you guys... It's like, whoever watched this, watched Dexter, played Ace Attorney, and is a lesbian, so that's how this happened. Like, I was just seeing those pieces line up, you know? Yeah, it is kind of the premise. And this is in the prologue. Like, this wasn't even case 1. This is in the prologue, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. The blood's always different. Flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. Perfectly unique bloom. Only one for each of us. It's awesome that she's a sociopath. Research test. A Watchman guy test with a singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. And the thing is that, like, it's okay to know where this is going a little bit if you're having fun getting there. You know, even if I knew where the destination was, there's still a roller coaster in between, which is fine. That being said, if anybody spoils anything else, I'll kill you and I'll ban you and then I'll ban your dead body.
Don't do this to them.
Yeah.
Go into their bedroom and...
Yeah, don't fucking say anything. And don't even... We've had issues with this. Don't even be like, woo! Yeah, oh my god. Misa. Rest in peace, Misa. Rest in peace, Misa. You know, really, did you hear? Did you hear that Misa qualified for the Olympics? I'm really proud of her. She was so good at towing the fucking line, they put her on the balance beam. Comical thud of a body hitting the floor as a result of Gloop's joke has its own kind of lowbrow appeal.
Oh, it's funny when they, oh, why did I forget?
What?
Ragdoll, that's it.
Oh, it is funny when they ragdoll.
It was so bad she died.
It was so bad she died. Me? Woo! Boy, that was fun. Anyway, here I go killing again. Bullet number 6 of 6. Gun's empty. Useless to me now. Oh! Oh! This is the crime scene for real! Useless to me now. May as well leave it. It feels like a waste, but whatever. Ruby just said, is that why she smokes? You know what? That might be a good way. That might be a fun way to cover it up. It's no, Heartbreak isn't in here. Where was Heartbreak? Yeah!
Hiding cages.
Awesome. Happy. Criminal, comma, defense attorney. Awesome. Awesome. Boy, that really felt like shaking your Christmas presents and knowing exactly what's in there. But boy, what a gift to unwrap. Whatever. Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. Sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. Cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moving around in the dark in here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Do you think I was her boyfriend back from an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Ooh, somebody else is here. Awesome. Hey! Oh, did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. I don't even feel enough the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. I didn't even see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? The other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean. Organized, even. So the corpse adds, you know, certain satisfying contrast. Except... shit on the floor. By the window, there's some... She's so analytical. Broken pieces is something fragile and... tacky. Fine. Just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. Actually really irritating. Pick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. The wall. Something falls from it. More tasteless bullshit. Toss over the chair, knock the urn. Tear into the sheets with my frustration, try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. It's all so stupid. Honestly. Here's my ride.
I wish my ride was quieter.
Wish my getaway vehicle wasn't the fucking garbage truck they use to take away other garbage trucks. Gas is at $8 a gallon. Park it. That man has spent $30 just moving this vehicle while we've been streaming tonight. Can you guys hear it? Like, if I'm talking, can you guys hear it? Wow. In fact, I pride myself on humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first three went down with single shots? Yeah, Morgan just follows my loud as fuck neighbor around and kills people while he's trying to start his car. He was having engine trouble the other day, so we had to listen to... It sounded like a troll with dental problems. Yes. So what? Let me the stone. After that, I did actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What a miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business. All the threads and breakdowns in the goddamn theory crafting. All for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers are on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but... no. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. Spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people come up with something. Got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed all those people because I saw them and I wanted to. I killed a lot more than just 6. Well, at least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. Oh, now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I am going home. Hair's weighty tonight, thick. Energized. Heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel in every hair. Very meta to be like, ooh, boy, we're foreshadowing that there's gonna be some rain. Yeah, you're foreshadowing the whole time. Call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. Warm tension on your skin. Like in those short moments just after the shower turns off and the steam lingers. It's always most comfortable right afterwards. Yay, she just loves killing! Yay, she loves killing! Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Impressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. I walk. Sorry, using my left is still. That's okay. You just initial on these spots. Took a scenic room home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation. Got in a bit after 11. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk. Oh, she is a psychopath. Did some stretching.
She got a glass of.
Ruby! Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came out. Ruby said she microwaved a glass of milk. Hi, Eldritch Grandpa. How you doing?
She wants it to, like, have the same temperature.
Ruby's being a sicko. No, Ruby says that nothing's wrong with it. She just wants it to be the same temperature as when it comes from the teat. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender came up. Decent rate since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough debt that he needed to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How'd I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? Would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. Gotten paid the same, too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent. So his conviction would never be airtight. There'd be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. Cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Now, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make—
Oh, I was right.
just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Ruby called this one. Ruby said this one. That London fellow seems more fixated on it than I would have liked. Obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, it's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny. Didn't even know her name. Yay, she's literally crazy! I thought it was gonna be like, oh, and then she worked for blah 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 corp, and that did evil cyberpunk things. No, this woman's just insane. This is just a sociopath. Yay! Is something the matter? No, sorry. Just mad when I left the apartment. No, she was too. So when she died, death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. And she doesn't even care. She doesn't even care that he's grateful to her or anything like that. She's completely disinterested in anything that's going on with him. Like, she does not care. She just needed to make sure her own trail was covered as best it could. But I just keep thinking she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. Oh. Do I have evidence here? Well, to tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. But what is it? Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. Piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. What is the... Where'd you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained, Priprexison? Prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did. Ah! Feelings are complicated.
She made that sound.
She did. Sorry, I'm just enjoying Morgan being like, boy, who knows what her final moments were like. You can feel hangry. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time, but as far as facts are concerned, it appeared that when she died, she was doing setting out your medications for the week. In my eyes, anyway. Your eyes, huh? Alright. Where's the dingle dangle being like, oh fuck, here's where episode 1 kicks off. Oof, long night. Was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. Not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll even see him again. Stepping like that's pure hubris. Hubris invites a downfall. So, why did I even bother? She was nice and it's weird and uncomfortable. Well, it was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. So there won't be a next time for heartbreak. Gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. Media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. No one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford.
Anyway.
Sorry! Can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Oh, Counselor Morgan! Morning or night, you're always so... together. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise and aromatherapy? What are you doing? I need to steal it. God. I have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor. Lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. Oh, this is so lesbian. Yay, Edgeworth. Yeah, I figured. Oh, since I haven't beaten her once. First yet, she has a remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. Part of what makes her good at her job. Oh, do you think it's interesting that somebody's able to compartmentalize so they can be good at their job? Morgan? Momo? Good for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well... Actually, I'm here for you. Me? She plays Idolmaster. She plays Idolmaster. She gambles in it. She is the loot box queen. Likes coffee, toffee, hot couture. Dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, and eye strain. Eggs, Benedict. Cat person, yes. Awesome. Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? Oh, it's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with the detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. Hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped into bed all excited to run down here. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case of a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. That's about all. Oh. I mean, Carlos Flat? Serial killer? Same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? Not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. It's that any number of ways. I feel like the photo is pretty damning evidence, so I'm gonna go with the photo here. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. He never could have made the shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. Probably too heavy not to leave imprints. To not leave imprints. Geez, she got all that from a glance? But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course! It's pretty she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you've never heard of it. You know what a goddamn profile is? Profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion the past few decades. Not much need to guess why when 99 times out of 100 the Who is caught on camera before they even leave the house. I had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. I think I'm getting the hang of it. Profiling is my new one. Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with her automated secure comments, but you're better than best foot forward and put the sexy back in finding the right match. That rules. So, this profiling, it's an investigative technique. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing? Overkill. Points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew the victim. Poison and guns? Well, that suggests they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detective say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? And he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized. And with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. Fair to see her this animated outside of the courtroom. It's almost like she's herself. Morgan, are you in love? Morgan, is this the closest thing that you'll ever come to love? Sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. Lone wolf, educated, but playful lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Not thrilled about the fact that in this metaphor I would be the... What I mean? Definitely! And considering the marksmanship, detectives said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years! Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? Oh, these types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that, girl. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how'd they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta-statistics analysis. Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city, map them out, look for the brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips in... Sorry. Technical, I know. All the requisite data is publicly available. The map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings of the same MO? No, not that I've found. Other victims that fit the description? No. I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other. They also all look like a lot of people. It's true. Hell, they kind of look like... Morgan, you gay, sick bitch. I love her. I think she's invented something new to go
She's
to.
invented her own hell.
She really has. They? Sure. What, don't you see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting him in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy, cold-blooded efficiency, best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they're packing. Real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. You wanted a new name for heartbreak? Sexier, maybe? That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying these 6 murders were just a fluke, slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake! They got too clean, too efficient, and now they got the public's attention. No wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah! Probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Well, based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed their room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. Oh, on the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet. Their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. It sound like a child. Child-ish. And cowardly. Two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Profile tell you all that? That? No. That part's just one to know one. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population. Oh. Good luck! I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Okay, I'll go do it. You sit tight, baby girl. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. The only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. That's not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. Being screwed over is a given. Deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woo! Okay, that rant was probably really morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less but harder. Do you think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Oh, sorry. You know, that's the adversarial process. No hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep on the table, if you fall face first on the table, I won't even take a- I screwed the sentence up. If you fall asleep face first on the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on in cases they actually stand a chance of closing. What people do. Oh, they're so wives. Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to just whittle away at it. Morgan's how not to talk to short people ass stance, yeah. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. If that's the case, I may as well try and enjoy the view. Her titties. Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long? Sorry, I don't know. Yay, we're gonna have a robot as a friend. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. May as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely! In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun! Really? Really? Educational, too. Think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan.
How to read people while not feeling any.
Yo! Evil little bug, thank you! Thank you, Patrick! Thank you, AA Renders! Wait, was that Ace Attorney Renders? Did they fucking get somebody who does, like, fucking Ace Attorney Renders and we're like, hey, baby girl, we got something for ya. Thank you, Patrick. Brian, you're killing it.
Thumbbutt.
It's Thumbbutt! Wee wee wee! Xenons. Special thanks to Adrian. Oh, fuck! Special appearance by Adrian Andrews. And special thanks to Dev Talk and our friends and family and you. Ooh, cool girl. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan. When it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think you can guess what happens next. Oh, we're going to Noble HQ. Fun. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Girly pop! Work hard in the company we set for life, and after, too. I can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath. Oh, wow, everyone's cool. Everyone's cool. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Yeah, I bet you don't. Well, this game rules.
I am glad you were able to pass the crashing.
Oh man, it would have sucked if it kept fucking crashing. That would have been a disaster. Whoop, 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 we're being scored. Two of 2 articles. 6 of 6 profiles. 18 of 18 key items. 16 of 16 key pieces of evidence. 33 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 33 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0.
No charms.
I want phone charms. I want phone charms. Yeah! I want a pink phone. Yeah! Yay! You would recommend looking at the bonus scenarios too? Sure, yeah, let's see what's in here. You want to interview me? It's very flattering, but aren't there more lively folks around here for you to talk to? I had considered that. So I'm not your first choice. You're the first one who hasn't walked away. Come to think of it, I should probably. So what are your 3 sizes? Have you been opening with that? Did I not? You have any pets? Afraid not. Would need 1 or 2 or 3 promotions to afford that kind of thing. I saw they were there. I didn't want to. Are pets that expensive? Only if you care about them. Well, maybe if I found a place closer to the park. You ever owned any automated dependents? Not a chance. Would you own one if you could? Oh, maybe one of the little vacuum ones. Anything more complicated than that is... And the owner's manual is intimidating. There are video-based tutorials I could share. I'm not worried about the easy use, don't worry. When I say complicated, I mean... It's like what I said about pets. Fine to leave a goldfish in a tiny bowl. Time it takes it to swim half a lap, it'll have forgotten what the first half looks like. Not a very tall hierarchy of needs there, easy to please.
Actually.
But a cat? A dog? I don't want to be at work thinking about how bored they are sitting at home. Today's ads are a lot smarter than dogs. About most things.
Actually, fellas. Actually,
It's a very thoughtful perspective, Detective London. Moot point, anyway. I'd need to get hit by a city bus to afford any of the new stuff Noble's selling. No, you're thinking of the sheltered generation. Sheltered as in sheltered upbringing? Or shelter in place. There was a lot of uncertainty during their childhood. So when they grew up, they wanted surety, safety, stability. Wanted to know that the heat would stay on in the winter. And their politics reflected that. That was all before my time. My generation's a little more, well, Generation Zen. That's what they called us in the think pieces. Even-tempered, mentally strong, and more than a little cynical. You disagree? Wasn't a matter of mindfulness, we just grew up without false expectations. Our vision wasn't clouded with illusions about impossibilities like home ownership or retirement. We realized early on we'd be working right up until we did... Detective? Unrealistic expectations. Some people call that hope. See your friends, your classmates drowning every day in that kind of mire. Then have to listen to people 3 times your age go on about how enlightened today's youth are. Gen Zen. Not a name I'm particularly fond of. How long have you been in law enforcement? Too long. How long have you been with the homicide department? Not that long, by comparison. Sorry, don't mean to be overly vague. If you really want to know, I spent the bulk of my career over in arson. Is it different from homicide? Flashier, I'd say. Everyone jokes that homicides solve themselves in a city with this many cameras. Meanwhile, fraud and disinfo are so entrenched in the tax arms race they barely come up for air. But arson really hasn't changed much in the modern era. Fire's still very good at destroying evidence. You can't expect the drone to sweep into burnt rubble and bring you back out the culprit's fingerprints and driver's license. The legwork, a lot of interviewing. And since more than half of the culprits we caught were burners helping Megs commit insurance fraud, spent a lot of time making friends and enemies in high-rise corporate boardrooms. Megs? Slang for mega corporations. Which is also just slang. At what size does a corporation become mega? Well, it's not really about gross revenue or how many countries you operate in. If you're big enough to crush people, you're a meg. Apex predator among apex predators. Like Theodore's Megadon of the Miocene epoch. Hey, that's... Wait, is that where it comes from? So why are you working in the homicide department? What's that? Why'd you leave arson? Smoke? Smoke? I just got to a point where I couldn't stand the smell. Okay, now you can start now that my desktop's censored. So for the record, your full name is... Vera Reyes. And how's that pronounced? Like how I just said it? Vera Reyes. Thank you. Your birthday, October 19th. How do you take your coffee? She makes you fetch her coffee? Figures. Wait, let me guess. Councilor Morgan takes her coffee black, no decaf, like a real psychopath. Decaf, yeah, sometimes with milk. Nice, that's even worse. And you, detective? Two sugars and a bottle of water now that I've gotten this. You mean your eye? When did you have it modded? Oh, after I learned I was getting promoted to detective, And before I learned I was getting promoted to homicide. Do you regret it? No. Would have wanted it for work eventually. If it takes me a little longer to pay off than I expected. Well, I'm hardly the only person my age walking around with their debts socketed onto them. I see. What are your likes? My likes? Pretty broad ass, don't you think? In that case, perhaps you'd find it easier to describe your dislikes? Small plates. Oh. I hate that dinner by 1,000 cuts shit. Let's see. And I dislike cheap people. And liars. And lawyers. Lawyers? They're smug. Prideful. They bill by the minute. Greed. Personified. And their time is so goddamn important. They're annoying. And pale. Smug. Should I put down smug twice? So, what do you like, detective? Hobbies? Areas of interest? Well... automotive history, maybe. Oh, could you say more about that? I guess I could talk about it a little bit. The following section has been altered from its original format. It has been edited for time. Aquid, which is supposed to be a luxury version of a pickup truck, as if there's a market for that. It's so stupid. I love it. And Ishichrome, a purplish, bluish, chromish color. The copyright was so intense, mixing the paint was illegal for... naturally aspirated. Can you imagine... I see. Do you want a car yourself?
No.
You're joking, right? I'd rather eat asphalt than buy an EV with my hard-earned money. The following section has also been altered. It has been edited for time. Strong language. 4 rotors in a computer chip. That's not engineering. That's barely even programming. As if acceleration was all that mattered. Any race longer than 2 simulated engine noise. Any fucking thing. Who in their right mind? I believe that fills out your dislike section. So, what's your favorite drink? Dark and Stormy's pretty good. How do you make that? Ginger beer, rum, a lot of lime juice. You putting together a recipe book or something? Who's your hero? Well, that one's easy. Detective Kasim London, of course. Oh. Should I relay your sentiments to him? I'm sure he'd love to hear them. Somehow I doubt you get the tone right. Very well, in that case, what are your 3 sizes? My what? The measurements for your bust, wasted. I'm not telling you that. Where the hell are you getting these questions from? I designed my interview process to extract all the same kinds of facts the most commonly listed online. On what websites? Open source collaborative community focused database. You mean like a wiki? Would you prefer to skip this question? Tell you what! You can find a single person who does answer this question. I'll give you mine down to the millimeter. Is Morgan gonna tell us how fat her ass is?
Full language model that built itself off fucking Idolmaster.
So is this like an offboarding thing? Like an exit interview? Yes, it is like that. Oh. Well, that's sweet if Morgan's still worrying about me. How'd she know I'd be here? She didn't. Why are you here? Oh. Hey, can I look at the picture that Aura Hack drew from this game, or will it spoil shit?
Well, the antique task. I don't know.
Yes, I can look at it, or yes, it'll spoil shit. I will send it to you. Yay! Do not open it on stream. Yay! I am prepared! Fine, I'll write it. Go look it up. Go look her up. It's just porn. Oh, hoping to get back some of my shit. Some of my stuff the police collected as evidence. Don't tell Morgan that, by the way. Is there something embarrassing about what they seized? No, it's just... I'm guessing as my lawyer... Is she still my lawyer? Well, as a lawyer, she'd probably know the exact right form to get the stuff back, though. Yay! Wow! That's not canon!
I don't know her.
Oh, is this Emma's angle? Is this Emma vision? Is this Emma vision going on here?
Yeah,
I
want to see what she.
Her nipples are getting up and leaving!
I wish you could just show this on Twitch. Kind of like, yeah, it's just. But whatever.
You should be able to show this on Twitch. I cannot show this on Twitch.
It's just boobs.
Okay, I wanted to do this myself.
The heartbreak.
You know that shit was jiggling each and every 6 of those times.
You think it jiggle? Well, actually.
Conquer my fears, maybe, well, last time I came in here, I was dragged in. Strong-armed. Everything was going so fast, I barely spoke. I didn't even stand up for myself. I've been able to stop and think things through clearly. Well, I could never have done what Morgan did, but maybe I wouldn't have got myself dug so deep. Must have been very upsetting being accused of something so terrible. They reacted just as well as anyone could be expected to. Thanks. Think. My arm? No, it's not back yet. At this point, I might be better off getting an upgrade rather than waiting for my current model to get fixed. Is that allowed? Yeah, it is. Can't downgrade, can't trade it in, can't opt out. But Hindi will let me upgrade anytime. You ever regret it? Getting modded? Sometimes. I have a lot of regrets. Compared to some of them, buyer's remorse is... How do you deal with your buyer's remorse? Lately I've been lying face down on the floor and exhaling. Just for 30 seconds. I count to 30. And you feel better afterwards? Yeah. I mean, I've seen the protests, but I've never... There's a lot of pains being a modder. Makes sense, people that have loud opinions want them heard. We all made a choice. I'll sign the papers. I guess that's just it, huh? Not all of us made the choice ourselves. Got modded to help my career. Didn't need to get modded just in order to have one. A lot of people did and do. There's this guy I worked with us for 1 quarter. Probably a vet, but didn't want to talk about it, so none of us asked. Good coworker, very gung-ho, cheery in a like a musclehead kind of way. Physical job, so there's no slouches, but he was just he was cut and handsome. So when he kept showing up to work with more and more mods, all of them cosmetic. I didn't get it. What's he missing? What's a guy like that want to change about himself? Got offered full-time at the end of the contract, but said he needed something that paid better. Turns out he'd blown every paycheck at elective surgeons. Palamon in HR said he'd given his insurance info to 6 different clinics in the span of 4 weeks. Word is he wasn't even using the pain pills. Sold them to some of the drivers for extra cash. The worst I've ever seen of it. Grafting, runaway, plastophilia, or, you know, whatever they're calling it now. But it's not the only time I've seen it. Not like there's no incentive for it. There's plenty of Megs out there that see somebody hurting like that and think, here's an ideal worker. So you work for Morgan, and you're... Oh. Lawyers must make more money than I realized. Wait, are you here to give me the bill? How much do I owe? You don't owe her anything. Her services were paid for by the state. And I happen to be forbidden from handling any kind of financials, due to an ongoing dispute about what constitutes essential office supplies. I hear ya. Diane was always the money-smart one. Pretty strict, actually. Unless you saw a fidget tubby on the shelf, you could see her eyes light up. You could hear her huffing like she just won the lottery. They're ugly cute, babe! And I would say, well, you're cute, babe. Believe it or not, she thought it was pretty suave. All right, one more, the big show. You're gonna interview me? Here? You did say I needed to practice asking better questions. Right now? Because you said the police would be making us wait so they feel more important for the next 20 minutes. Is there some more productive way we could spend that time? Oh, I was planning on napping. 20 minutes? In the lobby of a police precinct? I can fall asleep anywhere. It's one of my hidden talents. You're gonna write all this down. Could you start with your name for the record? Morgan. And your first name? You should know that no one calls me by my first name. It's something you have control over. I wouldn't want to force the issue. How long has that been the case? As long as I care to remember. What did your parents call you? The tumor. Ah. I'll do it. That was a joke. Oh. Maybe we should have started you off with someone a little more your speed. Better to start with than you. Someone who likes talking about themselves. You seem to talk about yourselves as much as anyone else does. Or more. I tell people things about myself. It's different. Because you're lying? Now you're getting it. Not very polite to lie. On the contrary, telling the truth is usually rude. I'm not sure your clients would appreciate that sentiment. We're not talking about my clients, we're talking about manners. We're supposed to be talking about you. Look, the sooner you learn this, the better. When people ask how you are or what you've been up to, they're not looking for anything nearly so heavy as the truth. They're just following the template, and the polite thing to do is for you to follow the template as well. Here, let's practice. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Way too late. The whole point is to be on autopilot. Now you've forced them to grab the wheel, check their mirrors, and no one's ever grateful for the extra workload. You can be very cynical about these kinds of things at times. I'm just trying to teach. I'm just trying to tell you that people are fundamentally lazy. So if you want to be a social butterfly like me, try not to make them work too hard. Fundamentally lazy? Do you think people are fundamentally good, too? Obviously! If they weren't, they wouldn't be so easy to trick. So are you planning on answering any of my questions about yourself? Still got time to kill. Fire away. Will you be honest? I wouldn't want to be rude. When's your birthday? Wait, you're not trying to guess my passwords, are you? Boy, she answers nothing! I would never commit identity fraud. Well, not the worst way of going about it, actually. December 26th. 26th? That's almost Christmas. Ah ha 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 ha. Jokes, jokes, knee slapper, hashtag knee slapper. But almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. Your insights are always so original. Oh, we're meta with it. Cute. Did you receive your presents on your birthday or on Christmas? What do you mean? Did you not celebrate Christmas in your family? Did. So did your parents give you presents on the 25th or the 26th? Well, I got Christmas presents on Christmas. And I got birthday presents on my birthday. Obviously. Are all your questions gonna be this strange? What's your favorite color? Are all your questions going to be this juvenile? Prefer something weightier? Do you volunteer? No. Do you donate? Yes. What causes do you donate towards? I have a lot of thoughts about some of the answers she gives about herself. Yeah, they are interesting, aren't they? Endangered wildlife. What's with the face? It's on auto renewal, I just haven't canceled it yet. You've mentioned a mentor figure before. No way I ever called her a mentor. Busybody, maybe. World record holder for billable hours spent under the influence, perhaps. Or just, you know, a cougar from hell. She had rubbed off on me in any way. I've had hives. I see. She a smoker? Lastly, do you know your 3 sizes? I do. Could you tell me? That's private. You value your privacy very highly, don't you? More like everyone else doesn't value it enough. Water's rising, world's getting smaller. Literally, less real estate to go around. And everything's connected to everything else. These days, just wanting some time or space to yourself is considered selfish. Or worse. Only the guilty have something to hide. Don't like that phrase. Laws like the mob activated so anonymity and privacy have luxuries. Privileges reserved for the privileged. And if anyone below that tax bracket tries to claw away a little bit of it for themselves, well, it's only because they're guilty, right? Is that why you became a criminal defense attorney? To defend people's innocence? That's private. Well, everyone, the devil. We're definitely absolutely playing this next week. Fret not, probably same day. I like it a lot. It's good. It's very good. It's very good and very excellent and very good. And this early one is fun. How does that hair work? I really appreciate, so one of the things that I appreciate, make sure your drivers are up to date. I will do no such thing. One of the things that I really appreciate in the evolution of this design is the design getting less office-like. This like pinstripe corset thingy makes her look all the more like restricted. Her boobs are bigger before. Yeah, no, listen.
No, I think the same.
Yeah, I mean, they're pulled in. Yeah, like it's that's the thing is that the She's pulled in at the waist. And then the lack of a skirt and the black pants and the high boots, and the black gloves, it's giving control, and the watch, yeah. It's a good design. The little bolero tie thing is fun, too. Very fun stuff. Oh, I didn't realize that there was intended to be, like, similarity between these scenes until I see them side by side. That's fun. How cute. It's good. It's really good. It's really good. I'm excited to see more of our Edgeworth. Very excited to see more of our Edgeworth. Alright, well this is coming back, and it's been fun as hell.